position we're like agreed up. So.
Yeah. All right, it is 4:02 and we'll call the meeting to order. Mr. Pereira, would you like to lead us today? Sure. Ready? Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, let it be known, all 5 trustees are present. Ms. Gibbons, Mr. Williams, Mr. Useless, Mr. Bray, and myself, Mr. Heldreth. All right, we'll go to business from the floor. The board meeting is a business meeting of the board held in a public forum to comply with the Brown Act. It is not a town hall meeting with the board. This is the time for citizens to present problems or questions they feel the board should discuss. Individuals are encouraged to address the full board, not individual board members. The law prohibits the board from taking action on items not on the agenda. Request to speak cards should be filled out in advance and presented to the superintendent's executive assistant. Instructions for submitting remote public comments can be found on our website, busdk12.com. Under the tab Board of Trustees, the board has a policy limiting any speaker to not more than 3 minutes. The board limits the total time for public input on each item or topic to 15 minutes or 5 individual requests to speak. The president may review the submitted request to speak or take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Citizens who have comments on or against a particular issue may be asked to provide a written statement for the record or to sign in agreement with the written comments of another citizen. All names will be memorialized in minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and number of persons wishing to be heard. For the record, please state your name. Do you have any? All right, and it is 4:04 and we will adjourn to closed session.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3.
What up? Oh, we're trying to see. Oh, sorry, because the mic is working in here. So. Just
Just so
it's
when they start.
playing. Oh, that's your music. Oh,
I don't want to mess with your
oh,
technology.
no, you're fine. I was like, why is there music coming out of the microphone?
Oh,
I didn't even,
I was like,
you're fine. No, it's fine right there. I just didn't, I thought it was literally coming out of it. What's that for? I'm like,
that's not like, where can I secretly?
what about underneath the table? That's good. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. I'm just gonna stay here and talk because Josh is trying to fix things.
Testing? Can you hear me?
Testing. So we had to switch laptops a minute ago. Here in just a second. The next thing.
Oh, you just put it on the table?
Did somebody move your spot? Oh, shoot.
Standing
Oh,
on it. She's on the here.
she's like, this is my spot. I'm not supposed to move from my spot, you said. That's just so you know you can't go
Yes.
further back. You can
Yes.
go this far forward.
I'll only probably to get things in, depending on.
I can stand over here and help you.
Jamie said she can too.
Okay,
I told her, depends on what I end up rolling into, I'll just keep rolling.
because I gotta kind of stay up here anyway for all the kind of stuff. However, it works for all. of us.
Yes, like I said, once whatever starts.
Yeah. As it goes, it goes. I like it.
You put on each chair, so I'm trying to pass them out. I'll probably try to pass them out. Okay. And then just do that.
Good idea.
You're
gonna be,
You know what I mean? That's why I was like, unless we had like a reading.
Oh, I was gonna say, what happened to that little square table?
Shut back there.
Whoops.
You're not recording, right?
No, but it might be on the live stream. We could get it. Just slide this out and we can grab it real quick.
There's one in the chair. Yeah, that
Oh.
was like, it'll just be for those who are coming in and the sites.
Yeah.
Part of the fans are on.
That's a good question.
Because
We can
it's a
turn 'em on.
switch.
No, there's a remote for them. You guys see what Josh is doing. I'll grab a remote too.
Oh, okay.
Leave that on.
No, I'm just seeing if they just pop back on. You're nice and comfortable. I put it there. Oh, it's because it was the one that was there. I know, because you keep throwing me out. I was like, no, I didn't do those ones though. That one there. No, it's the- oh, They're just double-sided tape. Open that bottom door. Oh, so I have another bin. I didn't realize there was a bin stuck to the other bin when I pulled out the cleaning supplies. So now I have a green bin. So I put it next to it. I figured we can put these thingies in there. So that'll be under the printer on the very bottom. You'll see it's a green tub, just like the purple tub that the cleaning stuff was in. I need to change the filter to the air purifiers. It's more of those filters out of it. Is this okay? Just figuring. That's fine.
Testing, 1 2 3 4, testing, 1 2 3, testing, 1 2 3 4, testing, 1 2 3.
Do you want us to stand there and talk? What? Oh, this did the.
I told them, and that's what happens to me, recording. Yeah. But- The friend of his.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's talk some about, yeah, right, right. Right. Yeah, so we got five, microphones, yeah. Okay, yeah, let's hear everything, yeah. Let's see what we can- Okay, cool.
My favorite is John and Nana on here.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Real quick, just a couple of things. So one, we're gonna be live streaming, the front part of the room for the awards. So if you have to step out or, maybe you have to leave or something, it will still be live streamed. We'll have it up on our website, on our social media. We'll send you the link to Parent Square so that you can watch it in case something happens. Also, if you have an empty chair next to you, can you raise your hand and, let anybody who is standing know that they can come sit? We got empty seats if anybody wants to sit down there.
What's the ball you up there?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Oh, one of these, the big tall ones.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the top.
Five then, we'll call the meeting back to order. We will be reporting from closed session when we move back to the original boardroom. At this point in time, we're going to move towards the awards and recognitions or presentations. And first will be the district STEM Fair Award presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here this evening. I have a few words to share with you, and then we'll move into the award presentation. I'm Mordina Hara. I'm the teacher on assignment for ELD, but I'm also this year's district science fair coordinator. This year, our science fair was held at Barstow Fine Arts Academy. We had a fair including 85 projects, including 90 students in grades 3 through 8 from 9 of our schools participating. We had 13 student judges from Barstow High School and Central High School Science Department, as well as 25 community members giving their time to interview and judge student projects. I want to thank our community judges and our donors, Golden State Water Company, the Knights of Columbus, CSEA, and retired educators who donated funds to purchase Amazon cards to recognize student work, as well as Mojave Water Agency, United Way, American Cruisers, Barstow Police Department, and Goldstone also judged student projects and selected students to receive recognition from their organizations. Thank you also to Barstow Community Hospital, First Baptist Church, and St. Joseph's Catholic Church for also providing judges to our fair. Thank you to all our school science coordinators for their work to hold their school fairs, Barstow Fine Arts Academy for hosting our district-wide fair, and Educational Services Department for the months of underground work and planning and making this event happen. We will have now, beginning with our community awards. So I will have Goldstone come on up and recognize their student recognition.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for having us. The fair this year was fantastic, like it is every year. So we thank all the families and students, and we would like to call up Maximus Livingston from Barstow Fine Arts in 4th grade. Is he here? Okay, the principal's here now. Set stuff away. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Our next award is going to go to Camden Gutierrez from Cameron. His teacher's oh,
Sorry.
that is not here. There's shut here. We'll get a little fancy for us in the picture.
Let's see.
Of course. All right, and last but not least, we have Camilla Silva from Cameron as well. I know if you're gonna walk, that's okay. We'll get this one on.
One, two.
And we would you stay here for one more second? All right. We would like to present Mr. Leslie from Cameron, our rotating trophy.
One, two. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Present their awards.
You're good.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us. My name is Rebecca, the Executive Director from United Way. And we would like to show our appreciation first to Christy Farrell. Yes. And this is on behalf of United Way and Edison International. Next, we have Julian Reyes. There you go, right there. Come on over here. Speed to speed. Oops, sorry. There you go. And next we have Evelyn Sanchez. Okay. Alexander Valencia. There you go. Yep. Miss Braylee Washington. Our Market Police Department, Owsley. Yes.
You need a picture of that, Bob? So my name's Catherine Carmen. I'm here on behalf of Barstow Police Activities League. This year we're giving out 8 PAL awards, 1 Hot PAL award, and 1 Police Chiefs award. I'm going to start with the PAL awards. So first is Ronnie Romero. He's receiving a PAL award for his project on which liquid melts ice faster. Julian Reyes is receiving the PAL award for his project on how a bridge works. Ronald Solis is receiving the PAL award for his project on the hottest hue. Thomas Fuller is receiving the PAL award on his paper airplanes project. Logan Wertz is receiving the PAL award for his balloon rocket project. Mason Stewart is receiving the PAL award for his project on the lightning bug. Isabella Ridge is receiving the PAL award for her project on how to germinate an avocado. Cody McIntyre is this project was on the 5-second rule. Right. Now, the top PAL award is going to Christian Corral for his project on robotic arm swap. And our police chief's award is going to Haley Rafferty for her project on words that whisper, words that roar.
One, two. Parents, hang on, parents, pictures?
All right, thank you. Our next community awards are from the American Cruisers. Come on up.
Have everybody go that way. So you're out of the camera.
No, yes, sir. You should.
Just a few of us here that present tonight.
From the Americans Muscle Club, that also generously comes and does a lot of judging for our students too. So we're happy to give out awards. Our first one's going to go to Peyton Rafferty, sixth grade, Barstow Intermediate. Just stand in front of them. And our next one, Bea Badams, fifth grade, Barstow Intermediate. And from Barstow Intermediate, Audrey Shavira.
Andrea.
Taking out a competition here, Barstow Intermediate. Daniel Castro. Katrina, sorry, Katrina. All right, so then our next one is Cameron Elementary School and Alyssa Lagunas. And we go, this one's here, Camilla Silva from Cameron Elementary School. And from Henderson Elementary, Vivian Price. And our last one we have here is from Montera Elementary, Myron Sykes.
Everybody squeeze.
Just get the kids.
Bring it one, two. In the front.
So, Susie.
One more.
Get on camera for time.
Translation is the challenge.
Are those the extra ones? Yes, we'll make sure that they get it.
Now, recognizing our county qualifiers. It is called SIMSEP. It is the San Bernardino Inyo Mono Science and Engineering Fair. We had 10 students in grades 4 through 8 qualify for this county level competition. The fair will take place online for grades 4 through 5 and in person at Cal State San Bernardino for secondary grades on March 6th. We'll present our SIMSEP qualifiers with a trophy this evening and the certificate of recognition from Congressman Jay Obernolte's office. Our community representation also has presented, sorry, my notes are off. So starting with Camden Gutierrez, grade 4, Cameron School. Next is Travis Sow, 4th grade, Cameron Elementary.
Line up right here, student.
Next, we have Javier Estrada, 4th grade, Crestline Elementary. Eliana Castro, 4th grade, Montera Elementary. Next is Peyton Rafferty, 6th grade, Barstow Intermediate School. Next is Vea Badam, 5th grade at Barstow Intermediate. Next, Rayleigh Washington, sixth grade, Barstow STEM Academy. Next is Bailey Aguirre, sixth grade, Barstow STEM Academy. Next is Christian Perel, eighth grade, Barstow Junior High School. And seventh grader, Barstow Junior High School, Glenn Mitchell. These are your SEMSTEP qualifiers for this school year.
That is so normal. All right, thank you.
We're gonna move into our last sections of awards. These are trophies that are given out each year to students who excelled in their science projects. We will begin with our first award. It is the Marches of Blackus Award. It is a perpetual trophy that'll go to the school site, and the student winner will also receive a student trophy. And this goes to this year, fourth grader from Cameron School, Travis Sal. Cameron.
You're that tumors, and then this is gonna go to your student. You're gonna have your name. Because it's from this. Stop.
Big one. You don't care for me? One, two.
Award is our Michael Havelka plaque. That will go to a student this year at Barstow Intermediate School. And we have Peyton Rafferty. They're two of us. We also have Phil from Barstow Intermediate, who will be receiving the student plaque.
One, two.
Our next professional trophy is a junior scientist trophy that goes to our elementary outstanding science project. And this year it goes to a student at Cameron Elementary, Camila Siva.
Stand here behind. All of the front there. Yes.
And our two things award that goes to a secondary student outstanding science project for this year. It goes to a sixth grade student at Barstow STEM Academy, to Rayleigh Washington.
One, two.
Thank you, students, for their hard work, parents for supporting their students. Thank you for everyone for investing in our students. As a community of school, it is important to be a part of this program. Also, please continue to support our students anyway, and thank you all for coming this evening.
It's not so busy.
We played it like show music, come out from behind the curtain, you walk out, wait.
To the Smith Office Employees of the Month, December 2024.
All right.
Excited to be here to announce the District Employees of the Month for the month of December 2024. And we have a certificate, we have their binder, we have your surprise $25 gift certificate from First Student, Schools First. And a Employee of the Month plaque for your desk. I always get that mixed up. So today Christina is here. All right, so our first Employee of the Month for December 2024 is Amber Santos. I'm here tonight, okay.
Just don't come any further.
And this is in recognition of her extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District. We are proud to honor her as the elementary classified staff member employee of the month for December 2024. Thank you. And our next employee of the month is Mary Laney. And Ms. Laney is being recognized as extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District. We are proud to honor her as the secondary classified staff member employee of the month for December 2024. And we will make sure that she gets her items.
Thank you.
Next employee of the month is Barbara Ray. In recognition of Ms. Ray's extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor her as the elementary certificated staff member employee of the month for December 2024. Yeah. Okay. Next, Kimberly Sager. Ms. Sager, in recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the secondary certificated staff member employee of the month for December 2024. Thank you. Welcome. And Mr. Kerry Thomas.
Stand up, I don't want extra.
Okay.
This. Of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the district classified staff member employee of the month for December 2024. Okay. The desk plaque as well. And next, David Hooker.
Thank you, Mother.
In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the management team staff member employee of the month for December 2024. Thank you.
Oh.
Just mention Coach Clay instead.
Yes, and then I have already awarded the December Superintendent's Choice Staff Member of the Month for December 2024, and that recognition went to Coach Clay, and we're at Barstow High School yesterday. With his certificate and took pictures with him yesterday because he and the other counselors are out of town. I'm starting today. So congratulations to Coach Clay.
Moving into January.
January. All right, first employee of the month for January 2025 is Dora Maldonado Zane. In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the Elementary Certificated Staff Member Employee of the Month for January 2025.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jessica Alley. Nope, no. All right, Jessica will be recognized as the secondary certificate staff member employee of the month for January 2025, and we'll get her items to her as quickly as possible. Catalina Ceballos. In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the Elementary Classified Staff Member Employee of the Month for January 2025. Congratulations. Tell me what it's Next is Brianna Matthews. In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the Secondary Classified Staff Member Employee of the Month for January 2025. Congratulations. Yeah, you are out of here. Next, Ashley Dishman. In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the District Classified Staff Member Employee of the Month for January 2025. Thank you.
He looks familiar.
And this staff member is not here tonight. She is actually at a different board meeting where she sits on the board, so the board trustees. And her recognition is for Management Team Staff Member Employee of the Month for the month of January 2025, and that goes to Dr. Heather Reed.
That's my supervisor.
Right. Sort of show off my outfit.
Our final recognition tonight is the January 2025 Superintendent's Choice Staff Member Employee of the Month. And just as a reminder, the only people who know who the employees who are chosen as the Superintendent's Choice are myself, Miss Christina Crane, and the person being recognized. And for January 2025, that is Coach Dorothy Ely. Nice to meet you. In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the Superintendent's Choice Staff Member Employee of the Month, January 2025. And I actually had to reach out to Mr. Williams to make sure that you got this, or that you actually were here tonight. So thank you. I'm so happy that that happened. And let's get a picture.
Was it the TSB?
But should you get a picture taken at some point for us? We can just take it. Yeah.
Period.
All right, that's all the items that we have, and then, I think we'll take a 5-minute break in order for us to get to the boardroom and allow us to. So thank you very much.
I did not know for sure. So you're living with. That's for one son. Yeah.
I was telling that you played volleyball for me. Yeah. I was coaching, you know what I was doing.
That's all good. It was a good time. You and your sisters teach me how to play volleyball and coach. It was a good time.
That's our first job in the district.
That's what.
Yeah, I remember.
I was back in Grove.
Live mic, mic is live, just so everyone knows. I'm not. Yeah. What's it Josh doing? He's trying to turn that off. That is so he can hear what we're talking about. So that he can keep up on that. And that's, you know, can help.
Hey, what is that?
We're not ready yet. No, we're good.
It's agenda.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah, I'm. All right. It is 5:52. We'll call the meeting back to order. In closed session, the board voted unanimously to approve the stipulated expulsion recommendation of student number 2425051044512161. The vote was 5 ayes to 0 nays. Next, we'll move to the approval of the minutes. First is for the special board meeting of January 21st, 2025. And for the next, yes. Okay, for these, because these were the ones where before you guys. Correct. Okay. Do I have, so for January 21st, 2025, for those minutes, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next for the minutes for the regular board meeting, January 28th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next is for the special board meeting of February 4th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
Moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
These will be still before you guys. Four.
No. That's still the very last one.
Sounds good. The next one is the special board meeting for February 6th, 2025.
So moved.
So moved and second, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and last is for the regular board meeting, February 11th, 2025. And that'll be for everybody, so if you guys would like to motion. I move. Okay, and a second, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Next, we'll move on to business from the floor. The board meeting is a business meeting of the board held in a public forum to comply with the Brown Act. It is not a town hall meeting with the board. This is the time for citizens to present problems or questions they feel the board should discuss. Individuals are encouraged to address the full board, not individual board members. The law prohibits the board from taking action on items not on the agenda. Request to speak cards should be filled out in advance and presented to the superintendent's executive assistant. Instructions for submitting remote public comments can be found on our website, busdk12.com, under the tab Board of Trustees. The board has a policy limiting any speaker to not more than 3 minutes. The board limits the total time for public input on each item or topic to 15 minutes or 5 individual requests to speak. The president may review the submitted request to speak or take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Citizens who have comments on or against a particular issue may be asked to provide a written statement for the record or to sign an agreement with the written comments of another citizen. All names will be memorialized in minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and number of persons wishing to be heard. For the record, please state your names. Do you have any?
We have minutes.
Next, we will move into staff reports. First is the 2024-25 BUSD, the LCAP Local Control Accountability Plan Mid-Year Update.
Okay, we are in full LCAP season. As of early January, we met as a parent advisory group to discuss the current LCAP goals and to also release the district LCAP survey, which we did. It was also put on our webpage, and we're gathering those responses as we speak. That information will go back to our parent advisory council to review to help inform the next BUSD LCAP. The LCAP is part of what's called the local control funding formula. This will be the 10th year that we've been under this new funding system. Currently in our district, as of the final approval of this LCAP, our district was allocated $128,092,719 for the school year. The LCAP, Local Control Accountability Plan, creates goals and actions and services and metrics to be measured by for $48,294,612. So that's roughly about 28% of the budget. And the LCAP is centered very solely on California Dashboard. California Dashboard is all about student achievement data as it relates to testing scores, as it relates to chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, and so on. Within the LCAP, we are required as a district, every district is required to address 8 state priorities. The 8 state priorities came via the LCFF in 2014. They haven't changed over the years, but what has changed is the amount of oversight and support that our district receives from our county. We have a county liaison who I meet with regularly. I just met with her a couple of weeks ago to talk about the creation of our year 2 annual update. The 8 state priorities are basic services. That's do we have all the teachers that we need? Do our students have access to standards aligned curriculum? And are facilities in good repair? That's in goal 1. Priority number 2 is implementation of state standards. Are the teachers using core content curriculum? And are they teaching to the standards? Number 3 is parent involvement. You'll find that in goal number 2. Number 4 is pupil achievement. That has everything to do with standardized test scores, advanced placement at the high school level, English learner proficiency, and evidence of college and career readiness, which is on the dashboard. Number 5 is pupil engagement. That has to do with attendance rates, middle school and high school dropout rates, graduation rates, chronic absenteeism rates. Number 6 is school climate. We hear a lot about that. We just had a visit from our Office of Attorney General liaison. She talked to us about our current status with our 5-year judgment. That priority focuses on school climate, suspension rates, expulsion rates, and whether or not students feel safe, and whether or not their parents feel safe sending their kids to school, and whether or not the school community feels safe. Number 7 is course access. That has all to do with does our district offer the courses that are required under state law, and are we offering those courses in a manner that students can achieve? And finally, other pupil outcomes. That has to do with whether or not we're offering more opportunity for our students beyond just the basics. Looking at our slide deck, you'll see that goal number 1 has what we're going to cover today is metrics, which are how we measure our success, expenditures, how much of our money have we spent based on the action and services that we identified, and have we implemented our actions. I don't want to read, if you can go one more slide, I don't want to read the goal to you. This is goal number 1. This is what's in the LCAP. And if you have some time to read through, you'll find that this is dedicated specifically towards, are we teaching to the Common Core state standards, which have been around since 2014? Are we ensuring that our teachers are highly qualified and being trained to deliver those standards? Are we teaching to our English language development standards? And are we, in our case, for Barstow Unified, one of the very important parts of the goal for us is making sure that all of our students are reading at grade level by grade 3. It's part of the initiative that we're working with the state of California. The outfit is called CCEC. I won't bore you what the acronym means right now, but it's a group that helps us. And then finally, our students, when they graduate from high school, A through G certified. What that means is when they get our high school diploma, are they prepared and have they taken all the courses that allow them to apply to a UC or a Cal State? And you'll see numbers about that. And then also, are they prepared to graduate ready for college or career? That's college and career education. If we can go to the next slide, you'll see our metrics. When the LCAP began 10 years ago, as a district, we were allowed to choose our own metrics. And for the most part, we chose kind of similar metrics to most other districts. We may have had some specifics to our district, but as years have passed, the state and our county, they pretty much tell us what metrics are required in our goals. So you'll see that CAS state testing is listed here. I will highlight the fact that these are district-wide scores, grades 3 through 8 and grade 11. So it's just those chunks of grade levels. That acronym DFS stands for distance from standard.
Say that again?
Distance from standard. What that means is if I am at standard and I receive my report that tells me how I did on the test, I'll be at 0. That means I'm where I'm supposed to be. If I'm above 0, great news. I'm excelling. If I'm below 0, I'm behind. So as a district, you'll see our distance from standard is both in math and ELA, we are behind. In math, 124 points, and in ELA, 83 points. And there are many things going on with the actions that we're doing to address that. But I do want to point out that we have made gains. In 22-23, we were 125.4 away. We made a slight increase or closer to 0 at 124.8. So that's good news. High school graduation rate across the district has improved by 0.2%. One of the new metrics here is iReady test scores, which we have what we call benchmarks in our district that we administer to our TK through 6th grade students. Currently, based on the goal, last year it was 100 students, 100 3rd grade students that scored at benchmark at grade level. This year it was 95. This year meaning the last school year. CTE pathway completers has to do with how many of our high school students complete a 2-year pathway. That could be anything from culinary arts to computer science to a myriad of other pathways. We went from 16.2 to 16.9, so that is an increase. Our college and career indicator is a high point for us. We increased by 0.2%, and compared to almost every other district in the county, we are at least double digits above and beyond what other districts in our county are doing. And that's a testament to the high school and the programs that they're offering.
I have one quick question
Yes.
on the last slide, just before we went on. Is there any correlation with the DFS as far as grade level and the points? As far as like 50 points equals 1 grade level or anything? Is there any?
Yeah, that's a deep dive into data.
Okay.
My friend across the way can give us an hour of a lot of great information as it relates to that. But if you can kind of keep in context, if we get to 0, we're doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing. So being 124.8 points away, we've got some work to do.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Like, is this, like 1,000 or like where? Where inside of the?
Yeah, I don't have the number in front of me to tell you how far down or how far up it goes.
Yeah. Okay.
But I will say, all of this is based on what we call a growth model. So as we're making progress each year, that's all good news. And that we need to continue whatever good work we're doing, we need to double down and continue to do that. Going to this next slide, English learner proficiency, we saw a little bit of a dip from 41.5 to 34.2. Reclassifications dipped slightly, 0.6%. Teacher misassignments, you're going to hear, this data here is based on what we call our school accountability report cards. Each school develops a report card that is posted on the state website and our website. That is roughly, we kind of figured about 18 months data in arrears. You're going to hear in my next report more current data, and I think it's going to shed some light on some of the questions you may have about performance. So we went from 8 teachers being misassigned to an increase to 12 teachers. Our Williams walks that we do every year, a lot of us weren't here when I reported this back in September, but we're doing great there. All of our students have the book they're supposed to have, and teachers have the teacher's manuals that they need to deliver Common Core state standards instruction. A through G completion, I talked about that already. That's how many of our seniors graduate ready to apply to a UC or a Cal State. Currently, we increased by 0.5%. So 12.8% of our seniors in 23-24 were prepared to apply to a Cal State or a UC. And then with our AP exam scores, this measures how many of the students who took the test passed with the 3, 4, or 5. Not all of our juniors or seniors take the AP exam. I would say if I had to guess, it might be around 30%-ish, depending on the subject matter. We saw a slight decrease there from 33.4 to 32.5. This is the biggest goal, so it'll take me a little while to get through. There's another metric that we're required to do. This is new for this year. We have to compile the data of the number of students that both completed the A through G requirements and completed a 2-year path. And we saw a slight increase there from 11.3 to 11.6. That's good news. We'd like to see that grow. Early assessment program is a metric that looks specifically at our 11th graders. They're the ones who take the state test in high school. And this tells us how many of them, when they apply to go to a college in our state and are accepted, are allowed to go into the entry-level English or math course or whatever major they're going into. So for ELA, that's language arts, English, I should say, we went from 31.07 to 18.47. With math, we saw an increase, 7.74 to 10.85. And we have some plans to do kind of a deeper dive into this information, specifically with our language arts English scores. We think there might be some COVID implications there. The students that are being measured here were COVID students during their 8th grade year, their pivotal year for acquiring standards to do well at the high school level. High school dropout rates is about the same, 13.3 to 13.4. Broad course of study, which was one of the state priorities, we are at 100% implementation, which is good news. Moving on to goals. Before I go there, any questions about goal 1? After I get through all the goals, I will then go into how much money we spent up to this point and what did we spend it on. Goal 2 is a very important goal for us. It's been in our LCAP as long as we've had an LCAP. It's all about engaging our educational partners, which includes our parents, which includes the community members. I think we've done a lot of work here, especially with the support of our consultants that come in and help us with designing those opportunities, and we continue to move forward with that. How do we measure how we're doing? One of the metrics here is Central Enrollment Center, right? Central Enrollment Center, that's it. Interactions for service. We have been tracking the number of students, number of families to come in to enroll. We went from 1,200 all of school year 22-23 to 1,677 as of about a week ago. So we're increasing the number of families that are coming in to enroll. I anticipate we're probably going to add another 300 or 400 families to that number at the end of the year. Number of families provided clothing. You see we went from 100 to 102. And that's not quite a huge increase, but remember, we're only in February. And that office saw our homeless foster youth liaison take another job, so it was empty for just a bit. So we're doing a good job there. And then finally, special education and homeless service referrals for 22-23, we're at 230. Currently, up to this point, we're at 165. I anticipate we'll go past 230 this year, most definitely. We administer a survey every year in November to as many of our students as we can. The data that you're going to see at the middle and high school level for students is pretty solid. We have a pretty good number of students. When they go into the English class, their English teacher says, here, log on to Youth True Survey, take the survey. Elementary is a little more difficult because that requires parents to be involved with approval. So sometimes we don't always get that approval back. So that some of those numbers are a little less than stellar there. In terms of the Youth True Survey, one of the questions that was asked was, my school creates a positive work environment for me. And you'll see across the board, elementary, about the same, 76 to 74. At the middle school level, we saw a drop from 70 to 53. One of the differences between 23 and 24, one of our schools had a hard time getting that effort off the ground. So this year's data at 53% is a more solid number about how the entire district is looking as it relates to middle school. With high school, it's about the same, 54 to 52. The other question that were listed here is I feel engaged with my school, which goes back to, am I being asked how I feel? Am I being asked for my input? Am I being involved in decision-making in my classroom? Elementary, about the same, 61 to 62. Middle school, a slight drop, 54 to 48. High school, also a slight drop, 52 to 40. Okay, goal 3. The actual goal is really simple. It's one sentence. It's basically Barstow Unified School District is going to provide a safe, inviting environment for our students to learn. So I thought I might need to give you the explanation on this slide to let you know how in-depth that is. I won't read the whole thing to you, but I will say to you that you can see that on the second line there, students can excel academically, socially, and emotionally. That refers back to what we call multi-tiered systems of support, which is a huge effort in our district, trying to make sure that we're paying attention to all 3 pillars. Are students doing well in their studies? Are they behaving in class? And are they feeling emotionally connected to the school? Also, are we gauging the effectiveness of its approaches and interventions? Are we making informed decisions based on data? In here, I think I can't find it right now, but there's a reference to suspension rates, chronic absenteeism. Those are really important to us, and we spend lots and lots of time talking about that, both with our site administrators, with our union representation, with community partners, about how can we improve our efforts in these areas. And I think if we change the slide, you'll see with the metrics what we're measuring. Chronic absenteeism, we saw quite a decrease. We went from roughly 50% to 45%. That's good news. Our suspension rate, after having been double digits and getting all the way down to 7%, we saw a slight uptick to 8.5%. There are different variables that are contributing to that, and we're looking at that closely. I think as we look at the current dashboard this coming year, I think you'll find us getting back closer to 7%. This is sort of some of the waters at home, if that makes sense. With the Youth True Survey, the question here that's being measured is I feel safe at school, or my child feels safe at school. I won't go through every one there, but you'll see that elementary students are about the same. There is a dip at middle school, and again, that could be contributed to the fact that one of our schools was not able to complete the survey in 23. They were able to do it in 24. Elementary parents, more parents feel safe to send their kids to school, 2% more. Middle school parents weren't measured in 23, but in 24, 48%. Slight dip with high school parents, 55 to 40. Elementary staff, mirror numbers there, 66 to 66%. Middle school staff, 50% in 2024. High school staff, a slight increase to 47%. Next question has to do with multiple engagement, percent positive responses. I can't really go through this because that report's not quite done in Youth True Survey, but you can see for 23 where those numbers are, and they somewhat mirror what I just shared. With pupil expulsion rates, mirror numbers there, 5 expulsions. School facilities, this is the one that measures, number 1, basic services in state priority, where we actually have a county team that comes in and looks at everything across 8 different schools and gives us a report. That's a report that comes in September. 13 instances of good repair. What good repair means is we can fix it. And either we fix it on the spot or we put a work order in and it eventually gets fixed. 13 to 14 for this year. And finally, our attendance rate went from 87.2 to 88.09. So that's getting better. So the first 3 goals have to do with district-wide initiatives, and they cover every state priority. With goals 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, these are what we call equity multiplier goals. Equity multiplier is funding that comes from the state that is based on mobility rate at a given school site. So if a given school site is above, what's the number? 25% of mobility rate, meaning 25% of their population is either moving in or moving out or doing both, they're going to receive funding. All the schools that are listed here are equity multiplier schools. Now, the state's requirement around these dollars is that we put a goal into our LCAP, and the goal has to be focused on the student groups that perform in red in any given California DAC board metric. So for goal 4, we're talking about student achievement, both ELA and math. And if you have a chance to go into the LCAP and just take a look at all the data that's tied into this, it's like 7 or 8 pages of data that we have to both mine and find and then keep track of. We have Barstow High School listed here for English Language Arts and math. We have Barstow Junior High School listed for English Language Arts. Cameron Elementary, English Language Arts. Henderson, English Language Arts and math. Lenwood, English Language Arts. Yes, that's it. Montera, English Language Arts and math. So the goal with this work is to apply dollars to support increasing student achievement at these schools with these student groups. And of course, with all of our students, which you saw in goal 1. And I'm happy to report with the metrics, you're going to see that there are schools that are making progress. They're already making progress. They got equity multiplier dollars, and the data that came out, wow, you're already making progress, which is good news. I won't go through all these. If you go to the next slide, Christina. But you see the sites listed. Barstow High School. Barstow Junior High School, their only metric that we needed to focus on was English Language Arts for all students, which that's kind of a big deal, especially for Barstow Junior High School. That means the only student group that performed in red, and I'm saying performed in red without giving you the full context of what that means, but basically it's the lowest performance level that you can achieve for the state testing. The fact that they only had one student group performing that way is allowing us to really dig into what were they doing that was working and continuing that effort. You see Cameron's numbers there as well as Henderson. I will point out, if we can go back to Henderson real quick, if you look at, so the way the numbers work, if you look at the math column for Henderson, it states all students, and then there's parentheses. For all students, they went from 85.3 distance from standard to 82.5. So that's good. They made progress. African American students, 126.9 to 104.5. That's huge. That's 22 points. That's a lot of points. Socially economically disadvantaged students, SED, 98 to 72. That's double digits. Good news. And then students with disabilities, this is the biggest one, 132 to 91. My math tells me that's about 40 something. Right? So Henderson made a lot of gains in math. So now we've got to do some focusing on ELA. If we go to the next slide, you see the same thing with Lenwood, with math. 108 to 103, all students. 124 to 103, English learners. Socially economically disadvantaged, 113 to 109. Students with disability, 190, 163. And actually, they made great progress in ELA as well. 82 to 86 for all students. 96 to 79 English learners. And I do, before we go forward, Montera, obviously, no student groups for ELA, great news. But if you look at their math scores, really big improvements there. They've been doing a lot of work there. Okay, goal 5. Same thing, equity multiplier. It's a list of schools, and this goal focuses on suspension rates. We have BHS, CHS, Glenwood, and Henderson. If we can go to the metric, these are all the student groups that are listed. And as you notice, BHS's numbers have ticked up. CHS has gone down 2 percentage points is pretty big. Cameron, students who have two or more races went down 7.9%. That's huge. Henderson, African American students went down 5.5%. And Glenwood, across the board, huge gains, or decreases, I should say. So the work is happening already. Goal 6, chronic absenteeism. This is a tough one, not just for our district, but every district in the state. COVID did a real number on us, and we're still trying to get our feet under us to really get back to that pre-COVID number, which off the top of my head, I don't remember, but it's much lower than what it currently is. If we go to the metric section, you'll see all the schools that are listed. You'll see that there are some large decreases, starting with Cameron, Crestline, Anderson as well. So the data is already decreasing, which is all good news for us. What will happen with equity multiplier goals, because the same schools, I just got the list today, the same schools will receive funding. And we're going to add Barstow Intermediate. We're going to drop Barstow High. So this year's LCAP will include BIS, and it'll be based on the red student group's performance. Goal 7 is graduation rate and college and career indicator. We have been talking actually most recently about how can we really attack graduation rate at Central High School. We've got some really interesting ideas that are coming out of those discussions, of which one of those ideas will come to you in the form of a board item to change sort of how we're looking at credit retrieval at Central. That's more discussion we're going to have before we bring it to you, but I think we have some good headway there. We anticipate the grad rate will increase quite a bit. If we go to the metrics section, you see that the college and career indicator number, that's tied very closely to how students perform on state tests, language arts and math. And many times students who matriculate to Central High School historically have had lower test scores than their peers. They're measured through a system called DOS. It's an acronym, Alternative School.
Yes.
Something. Sorry. So it's not the same sort of measurement, but still we have to create a goal to help them improve their college and career indicator. Goal number 8 has to do with English learners. You saw the metrics in goal 1 for how many of our students were English proficient. That dropped a bit, as well as the number of students that were reclassified. If we go to the metrics section, you'll find there are 3 sites listed: Cameron, Montera, and Barstow Junior High School. Cameron has already instituted a reading intervention teacher, which is allowing them to create a system for English language development in a intervention sort of way. So we're hopeful that that will create opportunities for growth. And as you can see, Montera has already hit the ball out of the park. They're going from 30 to 43.2%. 43.2%. And then finally, Barstow Junior High School looking to really spend some resources on their English language development classes that they have. The next set of slides is basically an overview of how much money was allocated to each goal and how much money has been expended up to this point. Goal 1, there was 18 million and change budgeted. Up to this point, we've expended 11.3 million roughly. That's about 62%. That's about where we need to be, right? Because this is February. We have a few more months to spend down those funds. And you'll see here the list of actions that have been implemented. We increased instructional time. School day got longer. We utilized software platforms to track student achievement with Illuminate. We pay for CAST, which is state testing coordinators at the site. We have categorical office staff that manages all of our categorical funding in our district that comes out of this goal. We also have increased the amount of transportation both at Barstow High School and district. This is to help alleviate the number of students who have to move around well, let me back up. Students who move in our district sometimes move so far that they need a ride to school. They're no longer in a neighborhood school. So we're working with transportation to accommodate that, to limit the number of interruptions to their school program. And then also CTE program supports come out of here. We also have professional development, student incentives, preschool paraeducators, and long-term English language supports. And then we also have our science of reading supports, which it says partial here because some of that is being paid for out of other categorical funding sources, not necessarily out of health. For goal 2, 627,450 allocated. 709 and change has been expended already. That's 113.1%. And that includes those actions listed here. Our public information officer, which we love, where is he? Our homeless foster youth liaison comes out of here. Parent involvement coordinators at each site, foster youth student support, and the African American Parent Advisory. Goal number 3, 17.9 allocated, 8.9 estimated actual, that's around 49%. And here's the list of everything that is, not everything, but most of what is considered actions and services. I'd like to point out SSD coordinators at each site, school psychologists, counselors at the secondary level, our wonderful director of school support and climate, all of the central enrollment staff. We also help pay for sports and band uniforms now for our secondary schools. That's always been a very difficult endeavor, and we identified that as a great need. So our athletic director is very happy about that, and our band director. New to our this year is our Title IX coordinator, which is helping us with our OAG work. And I think, man, that ball has really been moving. I think we've really done a great job at really putting systems in place to handle complaints. Campus security assistants come out of this goal. PBIS wellness, positive behavior intervention and supports wellness teachers, which we have at various sites. The newly formed position, the campus, school administrative managers. There's one at each elementary, which I think the latest report card is they're doing a great job. They're really, filling all those holes that kind of tend to pop open during a school day. And it's really helping with keeping the school running smoothly. And then finally, the reason it says partial here is our peer support counselor, who just started, I think last week. And we're hoping he sticks and will help bring more support to our students. Goal 4, 6.6 allocated, 3.7 expended up to this point. You'll see that we've identified reading and math intervention teachers here. We do have reading intervention teachers at many of our sites that are in this goal. We're looking to double down and have those math intervention teachers hired as well. One of the things that each of the principals asked for, most of them asked for, was additional paraeducator support, especially in their kindergarten programs. And we have a plan put together to help fill those positions and really get that ball moving. Goal number 5, 3.4 million allocated, 1.6 expended up to this point. We have bilingual parent / attendance liaisons at some of our sites that are in place and are doing a great job for us. Part of the wellness teachers come out of this as well, campus safety assistants, also additional assistant principals. We do have listed here behavior therapist. We don't necessarily have behavior therapists yet because they're really hard to find. So we're continuing to look. And another one here is site-based school psychologist. That has not been filled up to this point. Goal 6, 1.034 allocated, 784,000 expended. This is goal 6 is for chronic absenteeism. This is another parent liaison that will be sitting on phones, calling parents, creating opportunities to have parent meetings with principal and parents to increase attendance. Glenwood Elementary, it has been developing and implementing co-curricular field trips to incentivize students to come to school. Anderson Elementary, and I think Glenwood as well, has also initiated social emotional learning assemblies. Goal 7, 100,000 allocated, 10.4% or 10,400 expended. This is Central High School and their graduation rate. The midday transportation, because students come in the morning. Prior to this year, they wouldn't have a ride home, or they come in the middle of the day. They get themselves to school in the middle of the day and then they have a ride home. So the goal here was to create a bus in the middle of the day to get kids home and bring kids to school. Up to this point, we've spent about 84,000 on this. And finally, goal number 8 has to do with English language development. Increased English language paraeducator support, taking the current positions that are at 3.75 and increasing them to full day. And then also intervention paraeducators. And again, we have a plan for that. Hire those folks and get them in into positions. That was a long time, so hopefully I covered everything I needed to. Are there any questions?
How do you keep up?
Very thorough. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So this really kind of kicks off the development of this year's LCAP. It's a 3-year LCAP. So what I'm going to be working on, what the team will be working on currently is updating the LCAP, tweaking the goals and the actions and services, and it'll come back to you in June for your approval.
I have one quick question, just as far as the school, because I know you said one of the schools we were dropping off, and that these ones, I'm guessing, are derived from the student performance in red, and that's how we pick the schools. So are those, when does one like drop that we don't cover? Or is it like it hits a yellow or green? Is that,
So
when does it like, does that make sense? When does it rotate?
no, it makes total sense. So one of our schools might be in a predicament. We haven't looked at it yet, but Montero Elementary, there's a possibility they won't have any red student groups, but they're still going to have equity multiplier dollars. So what we'll do then is we'll look at their whole program and say, where can these dollars work? So they won't have to be tied to a red student group. It can be a little more expensive.
Okay.
And then with how the schools are selected, we don't pick them. It's just what comes out of the census report, and the state tells us these are your schools. And then they gave last year it was 8.3 million.
Yeah.
This year it'd probably be bigger.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you.
I'm off again.
Yeah. Next we have the Williams second quarterly report, 24-25.
Okay, this is our annual quarterly report covering the months of October through July from the county superintendent. His findings for school accountability report cards and teacher assignments are listed here. There are no findings for instructional materials in school facilities. So I'll point your attention to the second page, which is up there. The one thing I want to point out here is this is really about how many of our teachers that we hire are fully credentialed. There are two pieces of information here. There's what we call the SARC, School Accountability Report Card. And if you look at the fourth column from the right, teacher vacancies based on the SARC data, it's 13. SARC data is a little dated. So this 13 is really like the 22-23 school year. Most currently, which is October 5 of 2024, there are 67 teachers from these 8 schools that are misassigned, meaning they don't have their full credential. And I'm looking at Mr. Gutierrez, so I don't want to misspeak here. They don't have their full credential, or they may be teaching out of their credentialed area, or so on and so forth. That's a huge difference. And the reason I identify that is it contributes to the metrics that are in the LCAP. And that's why our department spends a lot of time trying to figure out how can we create more professional development opportunities to get teachers up to speed so they can be the best versions of themselves.
Anybody have any questions? All right, thank you. Next, we'll move on to the monthly tax report, February 2025.
As of the 18th of February, we have $87,897,891.51. That's kept at the county treasury for us.
Thank you. Next is the enrollment report, month 6.
So, that's me again. Thank you. If we look at month 6, compared to month 5, we were down 7 at the elementary and down 23 at the high school. But if you look at from month 6 to last year's month 6, that difference is about 4.5%. If we wanted to tie that to a number, we're not funded on enrollment, but if you took an average per pupil spending of 10,000, that's going to be 228,000, just to attach it to a number. But there's a lot of factors how we're funded, COLA increases and ADA changes. So,
Any questions? All right. Next is a superintendent's report.
Yes, thank you. And it actually lists here good afternoon, but I believe we're now into the evening. So good evening, board members, staff, and guests. The month of February is a time to acknowledge the accomplishments of Black Americans and to celebrate Black culture as an essential part of American culture. During this month, we honor the history, contributions, and accomplishments of Black people. It is a time to celebrate activism against oppression and racism. Every year, a theme is chosen, and for Black History Month 2025, that theme is African Americans and Labor. The Association for the Study of African American Life and History, ASALH, chose this year's theme, in which we explore the role of African Americans in various types of work, including factories, the military, government, and private homes. Later in this meeting, resolution number 14, 2024-2025, recognition of Black History Month, will be read and presented to the board for approval. Within the last few months, federal, state, and local news stories regarding immigration have raised questions from staff, parents, and families about the district's immigration policy. Barstow Unified School District Board Policy and Regulation 5145.13, Response to Immigration Enforcement, can be found on our website at busdk12.com. Please use the Board of Trustees tab to access the link to BUSD policies. Once there, all BUSD board policies should display, and you can use the 5000.students link to scroll to Board Policy Administrative Regulation 5145.13. The policy and regulation have recently been reviewed with school administrators to offer support and guidance at the site level. Earlier this week, A link was added to the BUSD website home screen, providing access to the Barstow Unified School District Customer Service Survey. The link is a blue square located in the upper right-hand corner that reads, "We want your feedback." The survey, created nearly a year ago, allows staff, families, the community, and visitors to the district office to provide feedback that is used to improve the service and experience at the district office. The anonymous survey allows the user to give their feedback on the service and/or the experience they have had during their visit to the district office or district departments. An email they sent or received, or a telephone call they made or attempted to make. The survey was recently updated to include all school sites. The survey is accessible to everyone, and I encourage your positive as well as your negative comments. All comments will be used to improve district and school site service and experience. If you would like, at the end of the survey, you are given the opportunity at your discretion to leave your contact information for a follow-up response from district or site administration. It makes me happy to see the number of visitors to the community walking track. I have a perfect view of the track from my office windows. Thank you to the community for keeping the track clean and safe for everyone to enjoy. We are working on adding benches, trash cans, and pet waste receptacles to the track. Our district IT department has installed cameras for added security. I'd like to thank Barstow Police Department and the City of Barstow for working with the district to provide increased patrol presence in and around the track. And as we bring the month of February to a close, I am reminded of how near we are to the conclusion of the 2024-2025 school year. State testing is just around the corner. This is a good opportunity to remind all parents and families of the importance of their child's regular school attendance. Our amazing teachers are in their classrooms daily, ensuring every student in Barstow Unified School District is provided a safe environment conducive to learning.
Next we have board reports. Ms. Gibbons, you have anything you'd like to say? You don't have to say anything if you'd like to.
Your opportunity.
No, nothing.
Ms. Williams?
Yes, also what Superintendent read about the walking track. City of Barstow is jealous, because that's something they had wanted to do for years. They never did it. Good for us. Is there supposed to be a water fountain on the track?
There are, I think, 2 or 3 water fountains on the track, and they recently froze. And so we are currently working on adding some sort of anti-freeze mechanism to get them back up and
We have gotten a solution, just got updated today, so we have a solution and no cost to the district, so it'll be fixed.
Great.
The district was not happy that
We were not happy.
a no freeze mechanism was not originally part of the plans for the drinking fountains on the track. So that is being resolved.
A solution has been found.
Fantastic. Now I can tell the council that you have drinking water.
Yes.
Just give me a little bit to implement it.
There you go. Thank you.
Mr. Eustace?
Yes. Christina, could you put up my statement, please? I'm just kidding. Just waking everybody up. I wouldn't even know how to do that. Well, for all the students that got awards, I want to thank them. They all look kind of neat with their little clothes ironed, and I can just hear my mom telling me I never got anything like that, but you got clean underwear on, you know what I mean? And I also like to congratulate the employees that got their monthly awards. And I wanted to get up there and take a picture with my daughter. I didn't want everybody saying, "Oh, he should have done that with everybody else." So I didn't do it, but I kind of regret that. I should have went up there and did it. Because she is my daughter. And
Let's do it.
you know, I've been hearing a lot of positive reinforcement. You know, I want to challenge all of us here at the table here. When we come to work in the mornings and we just smile at somebody, say hello, don't have to really know them. We go visit a school, we see a parent that's walking their kid in, say hello. They dig it, man. You know what I mean? We can all pick it up. You know what I mean? From the cafeteria workers, custodians, to secretaries, teachers, administrators. We need that positive reinforcement. You know what I'm saying? We really need it. We need it bad. And it starts with us right here. Okay, it starts with us. And we talk about the social, economic, disadvantaged students we have. And that's what we have in Barstow. We're full of it. I mean, that's what we have here. It's a card we're dealt with. Let's deal with it. You know what I mean? Just because they live in a hotel doesn't mean we can't treat them decent. You know, uh, Pick up that pencil, and after they do it, acknowledge that they did it. I mean, I coached and I was tough. Ask Scott. I mean, I was tough. But when someone did something right, I let them know. I pat them on the back. You know what I'm saying? And I pushed and I pushed and I pushed to get better. I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. I'm far from perfect. We need to place principles before personalities and just get something done here. You know what I mean? We're not here to just survive. We're here to thrive. You know what I mean? Let's put our best foot forward. I'm barely getting to know all these other 4 board members here, and we all seem to have the same goal. We want to good for the kids. We want to keep them safe. Everybody's safe, safe, safe. Hey, believe me, man, that's the /1 goal we have. I've talked with the president here many a times, and we start with being safe, and our discussion ends with keeping our kids safe and our employees from themselves and from everybody else. I'm not here to protect my friends that I worked here with. I'm here to protect the students. And my God, if an employee steps out of line, we need to deal with them fairly, firm, and consistent, just like we do with anything else. And let me jump off my soapbox so everybody can go home here. And thank you for letting me share.
Mr. Bray?
Well, Tony, I agree with you. A bunch of things you said there. I really do. I also want to acknowledge all the staff members who were honored this evening. And it was also great to see the students get their awards. Some of those awards are amazing. I mean, they're trophy 3 feet high. And it's great to see the look on their faces. Especially like the young man who came up there with a red tie. Great.
That is power tie.
Just smiling, just proud as could be. And that's why we're here, to see that kind of stuff. That's all.
Thank you. I'd like to also just echo what both the other 2 board members said as far as one with the employees. Congratulations, and also thank you. I say it often, but I really do mean it. You guys are what makes the district go round. So thank you to the award winners and to all the employees. And also as far as the STEM students, good job. And it's always nice to see everyone here, the community, the parents, not just the awards, but the conversations, the pictures. That's building the culture and the camaraderie here to bring us all together. And I definitely like seeing that. Next, we have the student representative report.
Hi. Got a little bit going on in high school right now. Our Mr. Aztec Dress Up Week, Assembly and Pageant are coming up very soon, around the middle of March. It's actually Star Wars themed. Prom planning is coming along very nicely. Ticket sales start next week. The theme for that one is the Roaring 20s. Kind of niche, but pretty cool. We're also excited to progress on our digital payment system, something we're working on. Looking forward to having equity becoming a bit more updated like other schools around here. I also wanted to mention that 9 of our music students performed in the High Desert Honor Band this past Saturday. Very good experience for them. And I also wanted to congratulate those who won and participated in the STEM Awards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the representatives report, BEA.
Good evening, everyone.
DA, we'd definitely like to extend our congratulations to all the BUSD employees who received an award tonight. And we also recognize all the incredible students for their hard work and their science projects this year. It's well done. I'd also like to take a moment to officially welcome Mr. Williams and Ms. Gibbons to the board. I was absent last meeting, so I wasn't able to say that. We truly appreciate your willingness to step into these roles and serve our communities. Additionally, I'd like to invite both Mr. Williams and Ms. Gibbons into our first BEA Teacher Parent Community Member Committee meeting this Thursday at 5 p.m. with the American Legion. We'd love to have you two join us. Tonight, I thought I had one key issue. Now I have two. We'll start with the first one. I'd like the board to consider the findings of the allegation number 4 from our formal complaint that BEA filed. We believe this finding highlights a concerning disparity in how teachers are treated compared to administration and the district office employees. The finding states that there is insufficient evidence to sustain the allegation that our stipends and bonuses violated terms of our agreement and caused undue hardship and frustration for teachers. The district did acknowledge that the evidence revealed that this happened due to a change in personnel in the payroll department because there was a lack of understanding in payroll procedures. So people weren't trained, so we got paid late. So in other words, our stipends were delayed due to untrained personnel and inadequate training by district administration. Yet at the same time, new teachers who have received no formal training on district adopted curriculum and little to no support from classroom management are being placed on focus plans in their very first year of teaching. Some have even expressed feeling harassed by site administration for being put in these plans despite having no training. Many of these plans outline 12 or more goals for brand new teachers, many who have barely had time to prepare with the lack of prep periods due to period subbing without proper training or meaningful support from the district. These expectations are setting our teachers up for failure. I'm going to read you these 12 goals. Number 1, the teacher will create a classroom culture where the student feels a sense of responsibility and for one another, help develop activities to support positive interaction among students and help students get to know each other. Number 2, this teacher will arrange and adapt a classroom setting for individual and group learning needs, establish a stimulating curriculum-rich learning environment that supports content learning and academic vocabulary development, provide students access to resources, to technology and comfortable workspaces, create an environment that promotes optimal learning for each student, construct equitable learning environment for all students. Number 3, create a safe, accessible learning environment for all students, encourage students to take risks and to express thoughtful and respectful opinions related to the topic or subject discussion. Number 4, foster and support appropriate student behavior within a learning environment, collaborate with the administrative discipline office, students, and families to establish, maintain, communicate standards for student behavior, understand the underlying causes of student behavior, including development and individual needs, and use knowledge in support of positive classroom contact, and work proactively to prevent and respond quickly to minimize behavioral issues, understanding and respond to inappropriate behaviors in an efficient, fair, and equitable way. Number 5, teacher will involve all students in the development of classroom procedures, routines through development of the PBI's classroom behavior matrix and expectations, help students transition smoothly and effectively from one instructional activity to the next. The teacher will apply knowledge to a student's physical, social, cognitive, and emotional development to ensure adequate time and support provided for the students to complete learning activities. Also, they'll develop daily schedules, timelines, classroom routines, and norms that maximize learning and connect district site and classroom procedures to promote climate, fairness, respect for all students. Also adapt routines, procedures, and norms to ensure the success of the students with special needs. Number 6, the teacher will organize instructional to optimize learning time. Also pace instruction to accomplish learning goals. Also redirect students off-task behavior to make the most of instructional time. Adjust instructional times so that all students remain engaged, challenged, structure the time for both independent and collaborative learning opportunities. They will have an adequate, number 7, they will have an adequate understanding of their students' individual, cognitive, and social, and emotional, and physical development, and build an understanding for the students with special needs in order to know how and when to differentiate instruction. Number 8, teacher will use their knowledge of student readiness to learn, organize, sequence, and enhance the curriculum, apply for knowledge of the subject matter, and organize curriculum plans, lesson units, and select instructional strategies to demonstrate the key concepts and their interrelationships, and organize subject matter to reveal the value, difference, cultural perspectives, incorporate subject or grade level expectations and curriculum framework, and organize subject matter, utilize standard aligned and adopt a curriculum in support learning environment. Number 9, address English language development standards that relate to English learners' level of language acquisitions. Also address the individual education goals and objectives of the students with special needs. Select materials, resources, technology, support, subject matter instruction of the English learners and students with special needs, and ensure access to critical concepts and themes to be in the academic content standard and state curriculum framework for students at various levels for English proficiency and students with special needs. 10. Teacher will incorporate students' prior knowledge and experience with the curriculum and instructional planning. Use knowledge of the student's individual cognitive, social, and physical development to plan instruction to make appropriate adaptations to meet students' unique needs. Also, plan lessons and units to promote access to academic content for students, all students. Use knowledge of their English learners level and language proficiency to plan instruction that support their subject matter learning, academic language development, and use knowledge of their students' diverse learning needs and plan instruction that supports the learning. Number 11, develop a unit and lesson plans that build on the extended students' understanding of subject matter. Ensure that instructional strategies is related to the learning goals. Plan instruction to allow enough time for the students' learning, review, and assessment. Check for understanding, prepare for adjustments, remediate or accelerate instruction, and individualize when appropriate. Address the ELD standards appropriately based on their English learner language of development acquisition. Address the IEP goals and the objectives of the students with special needs. Also, select materials, resources, and technologies to support the learning of English learners and students with special needs. Number 12, interact with their colleagues to identify difficult concepts of skills of our students to relate, re-examine, strengthen plans for future lessons, proactively prepare for appropriate adjustments based on the assessment of the students' learning while teaching, strengthening existing plans for students and identify levels of English proficiency. Also, strengthen existing plans with students with special needs. Don't forget to reflect on the success of the struggles and apply what the teacher has learned about the effectiveness and ineffective strategy of the existing plans for the future lessons. Or also capture what they learned and particular lesson that they had revisit their plans and teach their lesson plan. They got 3 months to do it. I don't know if you bored or just stepped in could do all that in 3 months, but I guarantee you a brand new teacher that has zero training. I called the district office and I asked, when did they get the training on the curriculum that you provide? And I was told they haven't. We are 7 months in for one teacher, and we are a year and 7 months in for another teacher, and you provide zero curriculum training, and you expect that in 3 months. I think we have some double standards. The focus plan claims, this is how I feel, the focus plan claims has insufficient evidence to sustain the allegations against our teachers. The evidence reveals that because the member is a first-year teacher with absolutely no curriculum training and little classroom management support, there was a lack of understanding. If this board truly wants to retain teachers, we must hold everyone accountable, not just the teachers. The blame cannot continue to fall solely on educators. Our teachers are committed to supporting students, but we need real support from top down for us to succeed. We did a grievance on this because this is against contract. We won that grievance, and then I got blocked. And I'm not allowed to be told who the members are that are on this. Just so you are aware, the teachers that are on this focus plan are deathly afraid of their administrator and the district office and are refusing to come forward. I have 2. I will do complete complaints against those 2 and continue to try to get the others. We'll be contacting our lawyer to get that list. The second concern that came up that I apologize was not on this list, but came up to me around 8 o'clock this morning. Double standards again. If a teacher wants to go on a field trip with their child, they have to take the day off to go on that field trip with their child. We understand that. We come in, we put the list off to get that day off. Sometimes we can get denied that day off. In fact, we can get denied to go to a conference because we don't want us out of our classrooms. But an administrator can go down to San Diego, meet their daughter at the beach, then put their daughter on the bus that we don't even know if it's TB tested, if it's volunteer approved, if all of that is done, fingerprints on the bus, take them on a field trip to San Diego State, I believe, and then they can go their way and they come back. Your double standards are too much. You're going to keep losing teachers. We're going to continue to do what we have to do. And I am going to ask some questions, and I know you can't answer it, but I'm curious if this door is going to be open next time all my members show up, because your rules seem to be different every time you come.
Thank you. CSEA?
Hello, Kerry Thomas, representative for CSEA, do negotiations, job steward, and chief communication officer. We don't have a lot to report right now. Due to scheduling difficulties on both sides, February didn't hold any negotiation meetings. We do have one coming up soon in March, and we're hoping to hit the ground running, starting with that meeting. This is what's called a sunshine year coming up for the 25-26 contract, which means the entire contract is subject to alterations or negotiations. We will be sending out a survey to our members to see if they have any suggestions, anything they wish to alter, to question, or to bring to negotiation table. BUSD also has the right to do that also. We are hoping to get this done quickly so that we can start the next one. The sunshine years tend to be a little bit more involved, so we're hoping to get that done. We are installing a new secretary come Thursday, Marciela Hernandez. We're glad to have her onto the team. From there on, we have not much more else to report.
Thank you. Personnel Commission?
Yes, good evening, board members, staff, and guests, members of the public. This is the report from the Personnel Commission. Currently, we have 2 interviews in process, 0 recruitments in the testing stage, and 0 recruitments are open. We have still 373 classified employees, 178 hour full-time, 120 benefited part-time, and 83 non-benefited part-time. We have 15 classified manager employees. On the classifications, on the security classification, we have 1 vacancy at the junior high school that is interviewed today, so that may have been filled already. On the safety, we have 1 vacancy that is posted for transfer the month, and we'll move that to interview as soon as we clear that list. Custodial has no vacancies at this time. Paraeducators, we have completed the vacancy list review. This was extensive. We have identified a total of 51 para positions that are vacant. 27 regular para, 20 para special needs, and 4 para ELL. We are asking all our hiring managers and school principals to review our shared document that has our vacancy list to make sure that we captured everything. There's been some back and forth with a couple of sites. So that's one last check before we start to conduct interviews. Once we're completed with that, we plan to start with the para ascents first. Those are the higher paid of the para family. And some of our candidates are multiple lists, so we suspect that we'll probably want to take a shot at the para ascent first. So those will be the first ones that will get filled, called for interviews. Then after that, we'll move to the para LL, the ELL pairs, which is only 4 of them. And lastly, the regular pairs. For the regular pairs, we also need to match based on the preference of the candidate. Some candidates want to work part-time or less hours. Some have a early shift as opposed to late shift preference, and also site preference. So we're gonna try to do the matching when we're doing the confirmation for the interviews for those candidates. We're also gonna begin to fill the vacancies from the higher hours to the lower hours. So 7 hours, 6.5, 6, and then move down the line. And then for the electrician that has been onboarded and already starting this week. Director of purchasing, that was completed, and I believe that goes to the board today. The office assistant recruitment interviews are scheduled for this week. We also have the admin assistant. We have a good list. We're currently coordinating interviews for 3 positions, 3 vacancies. Let's see. We're also working with nutrition services on some additional positions that they feel are necessary. So we've been having those meetings this week with Mr. Bean and also with the director of nutrition services. As a reminder on the campus safety trainings, the safety and security trainings, the next dates are March 12th and 19th and April 2nd. They will be held here at the district office from 1:30 to 4 p.m. So make sure everybody puts that on their calendar again, reminders. Our next PC meeting is Thursday, March 13th at 4:30 p.m. And then also as a reminder, our department, the personnel commissioners and staff are going to be attending a conference in March. The dates are March 15th and the 18th. As a result, our office is going to be closed Monday, the 17th and Tuesday, the 18th. We posted that information on our website and we're letting folks know. That concludes our report from the person.
Thank you. Next, we'll move into the adoption of the agenda. We have one corrected copy for K6B1, employment of classified limited term substitute personnel. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we'll move into the consent agenda. Does anyone have any items that they would like to pull? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve?
I move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, discussion items, general, L11, resolution 14, 2024-2025, recognition of Black History Month.
Yes. Sorry. Right, so the United States consists of approximately 40 million African American individuals with approximately 3,900 living in Barstow. Barstow High School District is composed of 24.7% African American students and recognizes the important historical and ongoing contributions of African American individuals in our community. And our resolution reads, whereas Black African American History Month encourages society and schools to celebrate the achievements of Black African Americans, and whereas the origin of Black History Month began in 1915, half a century after the 13th Amendment abolished slavery in the United States and grew out of Negro History Week, the creation of noted historian Dr. Carter G. Woodson and other prominent African Americans, and whereas the month of February is officially celebrated as Black History Month, which dates back to 1926 when Dr. Carter G. Woodson set aside a special period of time in February to recognize the heritage and achievement of Black Americans, and whereas African Americans in all walks of life have made significant contributions throughout the history of the United States, including through the arts, music, literature, athletics, science, political representation, and the military, and whereas Barstow Unified School District recognizes that each student needs the opportunity to understand the common humanity underlying all people, to develop pride in their own identity and heritage, and to understand, respect, and accept the identity and heritage of others. And whereas remaining hopeful and confident about the path ahead and a time to acknowledge the courageous fight for the rights, liberties, and freedoms of all Americans, the Barstow Unified School District Board of Trustees observes and honors Black History Month. And whereas, not only during the month of February, but throughout the school year, it is important to recognize the contributions of Black Americans in society and to recognize disparities in student outcomes in order to move towards greater equity in our education system and greater community. Therefore, be it resolved by the Governing Board of Barstow Unified School District that February 2025 be designated Black History Month. Provided to the board for approval.
Anybody have any questions or comments? I'd just like to touch on the last part whenever, just as far as mentioning not just this month, just that it's a concurrent theme throughout the year. I think that's really important, not just like, yes, this is Black History Month, but it's not only this month. So I like that addition. Can I get a motion for approval?
Make a motion to approve resolution number 14.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Next, we have L12 SBCSS agreement number 24250793, Superintendent's Advisor.
And this contract is being provided to the Board of Trustees in support of not just our new board members, but our entire board governance team to provide support and guidance, not just to the superintendent, but to the entire governance team and to work towards effective governance throughout the Barstow Unified School District. Contract is provided to the board tonight for approval.
Anybody have any questions, comments? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next is business services, L41 purchase order, board report, February 4th, 2025 to February 17th, 2025. I see Mr. Beaton.
Yes, sir. February 5th through February 14th, we have 38 purchase orders. And they're here for your. Oh, I'm sorry, we're total in the total of $266,838.14.
There
Got it right
there
here.
was an item on there on the track. I'm not able to find the on here. It involved covering the,
I think it's right there, the outdoor equipment. Is that the one for the walking track?
yeah, walking track.
Lake board group?
No, there's something about covering. Maybe I
Yeah, for
read
the-
it.
Outdoor walking track right there.
That's just equipment. I thought there was something on there covering the track or something.
It's for the outdoor equipment, so those are the benches and
Okay.
the trash cans.
All
And
right.
the pet.
No problem.
Those are actually, we have them, April 3rd is what our estimated shipping date, so I'm a little excited about this. It's gonna really pass up. Really gonna complete the project. So. That's.
Any other questions or comments?
Not this time.
Can I get a motion?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next is classified L6B1, employment of classified management personnel.
This goes over to Mr. Gutierrez, but I think we all will be very happy to see the outcome of this agenda item. Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Rankin. So this item is presented to the board for approval to approve Mr. Jose Cruz as a new director of purchasing, replacing Ms. Alma Caselli and Mr. Cruz. If you
And his family.
and his family, come on up, please. Congratulations. He's gonna fit right in, and he's already for running, and we're excited to have him. We're lucky to have him. It is presented for your approval.
Any questions, comments? Can I have a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, at this time. Oh, apologies. Items for future board meetings. Anybody have any items? No? You have one?
We'll talk about it next week. It's not that.
Okay. Yeah.
We
Yep.
need to move this back to closed session. So.
7:15, we'll adjourn back to a second closed session.
Make it quick.
We'll send before you leave.
The pictures.
25th.
I don't know what time.
Not cooking dinner. No one's left other than us.
Are we,
We're live.
all right,
Sorry.
you're good? It's 8:12. We're back from closed session. There's nothing to report from closed session. And it is time to adjourn. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night, good night, good night.
Yeah.
It's 8:13.
I'm the custodian.
Whatever